number one, we're going to talk about propaganda. All right, we're going to talk about what what are the rules when you're propagandizing um, people. All right, what are the principles of propaganda? So if you're going to engage in a propaganda campaign, what are the principles, right? And so there are nine of them. And so we're gonna go over the nine principles of propaganda. Hey yo, why am I sitting here talking and this cat looking me right in my face like he wants something? What do you
I
want?
thought I heard a cat.
What do you want? Huh? Because if I get up, you better leave out. So he has this thing that he does where um like I have to go to like I don't know if he wants to go outside, but it's raining outside, so he don't want to go outside. I'm almost certain. And then he might want to go upstairs, but he takes him a second. Hold on, let me see. Here, what do you want, cat? You better be, dude. If I go to this freaking door, you better leave out. All right, so here we go. Let me see. Gonna go to the front, so it doesn't look like he wants to go out front. No, you want to go out? No. Oh, he does want to go out. All right, beat it. Cool. Now he's done for the night because I'm not opening the door again. His ass is outside for the night. Okay, so back to propaganda, right? Nine principles of propaganda. All right. So the first principle in propaganda, all right, is lie big. Lie big. Big lies work better than small ones because the masses won't believe that anyone would lie about that. How many times have y'all heard people say, dude, why would they lie about that? That's so ridiculous. The bigger the lie, the more likely people are to believe it. Okay? The bigger the lie, the more likely people are to believe it. The more outrageous and outlandish the lie, the more likely people are to believe it. I know it goes contrary to what you think. You're like, nah, small lies work better. No, 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 no. The bigger the lie. So if you're gonna lie about some shit, lie big. Make it huge. Okay. Um, the second one is focus. Don't make it complicated. Ignore history. Keep it simple for simple minds. All right. KISS. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. All right. Make it something that people don't have to think about. Nice and simple. Not too many moving parts. And it's better if it's like a phrase that goes with it. Know what I'm saying? Something like support the troops. Do you support the troops? Oh, how can you not support the troops? He doesn't support the troops, right? So you wanna make it nice and simple. You don't want it to be too complicated.
And people be reciting that stuff
Mm-hmm.
verbatim. Oh my gosh. Oh, I mean,
Hey, yo, what you say, Monique Renee?
trust the science.
Make America great again. Yo, trust the science is a good one. Make America great
I
again. Yup.
stand with Ukraine. I stand with Israel.
Right. Yeah. Something nice and simple. It's nice, some nice, simple phraseology. All right. Say Black Lives Matter. That's funny. All
Yeah, it has
right.
to be
So
very focused. Yeah.
yeah. So focus. Don't make it complicated. Don't worry about history. Say ignore the history. Keep it simple for simple minds. Right. So we're talking about propaganda, the principles of propaganda. Okay. Number three, people cannot tell the difference between facts and familiarity. If they hear the same words repeated enough, they become true in their minds. So you got to repeat it. All right, you got to repeat it. So it's kind of similar to what we talked about. I want to say like last week or the week before. We're talking about an anchoring bias, where people are more. they tend to believe the thing that they hear first, right? And so, even if you're not first, if you repeat it enough, if you make it big, you make it simple, and you just keep repeating it, people will believe it.
Lie big and lie often.
Yup. If you if you make it big, if you make it simple, and you keep repeating it, it doesn't matter if it's true, they will just believe it. Right? In their brains, it'll just become true. And people will just start saying shit like, well, yeah, the earth is a globe. Or yeah, have you ever seen it be a globe? Well, no, it's just a globe. Why? It's repetition. Right? We went to war because of, they attacked us on 9/11. Who attacked us on 9/11? Oh, Saddam Hussein. Or no, Osama bin Laden attacked us. So why did we go to Iraq? Huh? What do you mean? Because he supported terrorism.
Weapons of
They
We
were
mass
have to
harboring
support the
destruction.
fugitives.
troops. Right. Weapons of mass destruction. Exactly. Right. So we getting it. We seeing it. What you say, Marty?
They were they were harboring fugitives, terrorists.
Right. They harbor terrorism. Just got to say it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. You just say it. Right. Say it over and over and over again. All right. So that's number 3. So number 1, lie big. Number 2, focus. Make it simple. All right. Number 3, keep repeating it over and over and over again. All right. So I play. So every week we come in, I'll play like the Democratic talking points or whatever. Like the media just says the same thing over and over again, no matter what channel you cut on, no matter what station, they're all saying the same thing. It's a reason for that. Because if they say it over and over again, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. People believe it. No matter where they go, they hear the same thing. And then people will say, yeah, like if you say, well, no, that's not true. They'll say, well, everybody's saying it. Dude, I heard it on multiple stations. They're not all in on it. Right. So repeat, repeat, repeat. Number 4, blame. Never credit the other side. Always blame, debase, defame, and dehumanize. Never credit the other side. Always blame, debase, dehuman, and stop that. What are you doing? Stop that. That's not what that's for. Fucking throwing a 5-pound medicine ball around. All right. Never credit the other side. Always blame, debase, defame, and dehumanize. Right. So that's where you get the word terrorist comes from. Right. You don't think of a terrorist as a person. Right. It's just a terrorist. Right. Never agree with them. Right. They never have any good points.
Insurgents.
All right. They never have any good points. Never agree with them. They're less than human. Right. That's where all your derogatory terms come from as a way to dehumanize people. Right. So it's not a person. Right. It's a terrorist. Right. That's why every war they come up with dehumanizing names. Right. So like in Vietnam, they called them gooks. Right. Um, when you go into war against Russia, the Reds. Right. Even in the Civil War, they called the people in the South Secesh or rebels. All right. So they always come up with names for people to make them something other than human. All right. And we say discredit and blame and debase. Yo, never, ever, ever present their side of the story. All right. You don't want them. You don't want people to think that they have a point. All right. They have a leg to stand on. Okay. Number 5, provoke. Okay. Outrage, fear, and resentment are more powerful than reason, logic, or facts. Outrage, fear, and resentment are more powerful than reason, logic, or facts. You catch it? So find a way to make people outraged and hateful. When you try to reason with somebody, like that's not very powerful. Emotions is powerful. Logic is not powerful. Right? People don't feel logic. People don't feel reason. Right? People don't really care about the facts. Like if you get them worked up enough, they don't give a fuck what the facts are. All right? You get them worked up enough, you present them with good enough case, the facts don't matter. Right? They treat them shits like Soldier Boy talking about Drake. Facts? Facts? All right? So this is about propaganda. All right? When you're utilizing propaganda, facts, reason, and logic are not, you don't give a fuck about that shit. You care about stoking people's feelings and emotions. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's number 5. Number 6, crises. Issues must be life or death. Good versus evil, love versus hate, us versus them. Urgency defeats objection. So you must always create a binary situation, right? A life or death. Yo, they want to kill us. They hate our way of life, right? They're evil. Their religion says that they should kill people. They're evil, right? They engage in hate. They're on a campaign of hatred. You know what I mean? So we see this a lot. The us versus them dynamic. All right. And how it must happen now. It's a matter of life or death. Either you act now or we're all dead. Okay. Um, let's see. So that's number 6. So remember, these are the 9 principles of propaganda. Number 7 is emotion. Right? Which seems kind of repetitive, but yo, it's important. A person might question facts, but they will never question their own feelings. A person will question facts, but they'll never question their own feelings. Right? And that's what you go for. And so a lot of times, like here, um, when you're coming from this side of it, like, yo, for conspiracy theorists, man, yo, we engage in a lot of reason and logic and critical thinking, right? We're like, yo, let's examine this shit. Let's see, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, right? We take the emotion out of it. And so when you go try to talk to people who aren't here or who don't engage in this type of research and understanding and fact finding, then what you're going to get is a lot of people speaking through their emotions, whether it's about vaccines, whether it's about COVID, whether it's about flat earth, whether it's about whatever. 9/11, moon landing, goddamn war, like any of this shit. Trump, it's always going to be about their emotions. It's how they feel because they've been propagandized so fucking hard, right? And then when you come with, just like my girl Kima, I fucks with Kima, she the homie, right? And so when she say, "Yo, RFK is, he controlled opposition. He's fucking, he's pro vaccine mandates." All right, I hear you. Let me see the facts. All right, let's examine it. Let's look at it. I mean, let's hear exactly what he said, and let's see is that what we get from it when we look at it. You know what I mean? But that's not the public. Nah, Kima, you the homie. I'm just talking shit. All right, but when you talk to people about any of the things that we talk about, it's going to be emotional. Like they're most of the time they're going to talk from their emotions. And the thing is, I do experiments with people, right? So whenever somebody brings something up, right, I'll say, "Oh yeah, where do you get that from? Like, well, why do you say that?" And then they just say, "Well, what do you mean? You don't watch TV?" No, I don't really watch TV. Can you show me where they said that? See, here you go, right? And they try to make you feel bad for fucking doing research because they expect you to be emotional like them, right? Because dude, emotions is contagious. Emotions are contagious, right? And so they expect you, like your emotions to rub, like their emotions to rub off on you, and for you to feel outraged, and so y'all can feel outraged together, and it's rubble, right? They want the mob. They're trying to stir up the mob, rubble. When you slow down and you just start, you know what? Let's see what's actually going on here. Am I being propagandized right now? Right? Are they depending on my emotions to get to make this thing happen? Number 8, pander. Ignore reasonable arguments, demonize all who disagree as having bad intentions. Demonize everybody who disagree with you as having bad intentions. Hey yo, I'm gonna tell you, I think 10 must have read about propagandizing because this, like all the shit we talking about, 10 does it to flat earthers. I swear for goodness. You are stupid. You don't want young black people to engage in science. You want to keep them away from science. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? And so we get this a lot, especially in like the flat earth conversation, right? When you start talking about science and all of this shit, they be like, dude, y'all don't want people to engage in science. Y'all just want people to be stupid. Like, fuck is you talking about? It's not at all what I want. All right. So, ignore reasonable arguments and demonize anybody who disagrees as having bad intentions. All right. So if the crowd is rabble, and somebody comes and says, hey guys, let's think about this. How about this, that, and the other, and what if it's this and not that? Oh, he's part of them, right? He's on their side. He wants us to be lost, just like bro. Okay, so these are the 9 principles of propaganda. All right, so it's lie big, focus, repeat over and over again. Blame, right? Blame, debase, defame, humanize. Provoke outrage. All right. Make it a matter of life or death. That's crisis. Appeal to emotion. Pander. All right. So those are 8. And then number 9, no limits. Morality is for losers. The victor's morality will not be questioned. So pretty much, don't worry about them being moral, is what they're saying. It doesn't matter if what you're doing is morally correct. Say or do anything to get your point across.
Even though that they weaponize morality.
They definitely weaponize morality. You know what? You always see that in like movies, right? So the antagonist is always the antagonist always lacks morality and does whatever. And then in the movies they always make it to where the good guy has to have morals and only will operate within a certain time, within a certain framework. That's some shit I see in movies all the time that I'm like, dude, that's not real life.
But then
Right? You can be a good guy and still operate with the same fucking ruthlessness as a bad guy.
true. The dynamic between Batman and the Joker is a perfect example of that. And a lot of motherfuckers
Hmm.
fuck with the Joker,
That's
especially in
fact.
the Dark Knight.
Yeah. So those are the 9 principles of propaganda. All right. Um, and as I'm reading them, like I see all of this shit every day. Right. We encounter all this shit every day, especially if you're encountering any sort of social media or God forbid you watching TV. Right. You see this shit every day. And so that's kind of what we're dealing with right now when it comes to the Israel-Iran situation. Okay, so Jon Stewart had he did a clip, or not a clip. He did a segment on Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Um, And so I thought this was interesting. So listen to what happened. So this is I'll play I think I'll just play the first half of this because there's something else to it. But I'll play the first half, right? And so when he talks about Benjamin Netanyahu.
But what happened with Iran? Weren't we about to make a nuclear deal? Wasn't our deal maker in chief making a deal to keep Iran from enriching uranium? Actually, didn't we have a deal before our deal maker in chief so wisely pulled us from that deal? Why did this have to go balmy on Iran now?
And by next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage.
Iran is months away from having a nuclear bomb, says Netanyahu, in 2012. Why did we have to bomb Iran now?
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
Holy shit, that's why. Iran's only weeks away from having an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs, says Netanyahu. In 2015. 2015. Think about that. Back when we all thought, oh no, the Republicans might nominate that madman Jeb Bush. Should have gone with the question mark. No, seriously, I'm not being facetious. I really want to know why we had to bomb Iran now.
We're going to show you Iran's secret nuclear files. Here's the warhead. Here's the bomb.
And that's from 2018. I don't know if Iran is any closer to having a bomb, but it is clear Israel now has the capacity to enrich their drawings. A hot war between Israel and Iran could threaten the United States.
All right. So thing is, he just played him saying that shit 3 times. The first one was 2012, then 2015, then 2018. There's a clip of Netanyahu literally saying those exact same things going back to 1994. All right. Whenever he hits the public stage, Netanyahu is trying to demonize Iran. He's been telling that lie about Iran and nuclear weapons since the 90s. Since the fucking 90s. He's been saying the same shit. Right? Again, he's got his lie, right? It's big. Oh, they got a nuclear weapon. They wanna nuke us. If they get it, they're gonna nuke us. It's nice and simple. Iran has nuclear weapons. And he just keeps repeating it. Right? 1, 2, 3 right there. And he's been saying it for the longest. All right. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that with what's going on. Okay. So we've talked about this before, right? So we've talked about how Israel, how Palestine became Israel, essentially, is what's going on. Like, I did a whole show on this shit about how Palestine became Israel. Okay, we're going to get into a little bit of that later on, um, when we start talking about the false flag. But this is kind of the conversation to set up what we're going to talk about in a minute. Okay, so because I'm trying to give context to what's going on now, right? As kind of to understand what I'm going to talk about in a little bit. Okay,
Yo, Linnell,
what's up, bro?
wasn't Satan Yahoo the same guy that said in the UN about Iraq too? He said that they're not close, that they definitely have nuclear weapons. Isn't that what drew us into the Iraqi
He
war?
did. So yeah, so that's kind of what I want to get into, right? Not necessarily that part, but the fact that um one, the land that they occupy, that they took, right, in Palestine, is in the middle of a bunch of Arabs who are Muslims. For the most part, all of them aren't Muslims, but a lot of them are Muslims, right? And they're like, they've been at it with these people for a very long time, since they started settling there in the early 1900s. Okay, and remember, Israel is a product of Zionist. The Zionists chose that place to create Israel, right? And um, their idea didn't stop at what you see today. It didn't start there. So remember, Israel, when it was first created, was really small, and it was surrounded by Palestine and Palestinians, right? And so over the years, Israel has grown, Palestine has shrunk. Okay, and so there are some good maps that you can see on the internet that shows the growth of Israel and Palestine shrinking throughout the years. But there's a um the ultimate goal is what they call Greater Israel. Okay, which is where they, and so for that they need to take land from a bunch of different countries around Israel: Egypt, Iran, Syria, like all these places that are around Israel. The Greater Israel, they need to take a lot of land to make that happen. Okay, and so part of doing that is causing conflict, right? Getting the United States to come in, um, and beat up on uh, beat up on the people that they claim are their enemies, right? And then they take the land. Um, that's kind of the simple version of it. Get me? And so um, they've been doing this for a long time, right? They do that thing where they throw rocks and hide their hands. So we're talking about the Zionists right now. So anybody who knows me knows I don't have a problem with Jewish people. It's the Zionists that are the problem. And so what we're talking about now are things that the Zionists are doing, right? So Netanyahu is a fucking Zionist. Zionists aren't religious at all. Zionists will use religion to get what they want, but they're not necessarily religious. All right. And so that's something you gotta remember. So we've talked about this in depth several times. Okay. So again, trying to set you guys I'm trying to set the context for what's going on right now. Okay. So the Zionists want a war, right? So essentially, we talk about the one world government all the time. We talk about New World Order all the time. We talk about all the things, the new UN Agenda 21 mission goals. We talk about them shits all the time. We've done a breakdown on them and everything. All right. And so the only way to bring that about, all right, is so they tried it slowly. They're trying it slowly, right? So the way that they've been trying it using like free trade agreements um, to make it to where people can travel between countries freely. They're trying to get rid of national identities. And so the way you get rid of a national identity is you make it to where the people in that country aren't really from there. And so you flood the country with other people, right?
Immigrants.
Right. You flood the country with people that's not from there. So whether it be over in Europe or America or Russia or China, you got to flood the country to get rid of the national identity. Right. The antithesis to the one world government, to New World Order globalism is nationalism, to where people identify with their country and they have a strong sense of self with their country. And so they're trying to get rid of that. So you got to get rid of that. You got to make it to where, people can travel freely, work freely, move goods all over the world for free. It's kind of like we're all in it together, right? It's just this one world thing, right? And so um that's the slow walk to like this globalism thing that the Zionists are trying to bring about to the New World Order. Right. The problem is you got holdouts. You got holdouts like China, right? It's kind of a holdout. Russia's a huge holdout. America was not a holdout until Trump got in office. Right. America been ran by globalists for 40 years. All right. And so with America reversing course on the globalism idea, that threw a monkey wrench in what was going on. All right, because we were on a slow walk to globalism. It was just fucking awful, right? And so,
Oh my God, else we would have been one of the biggest influencers during
right.
COVID. But continue.
So part of the uh part of what needed to happen was Russia needs to be broke as well. And so the plan was to use the United States, right, to fight Russia. And the way they were going to do it was to start a war. Remember, like Spike and Tyke on Tom and Jerry? I don't know if y'all old enough to remember this. So Spike and Tyke on Tom and Jerry, right? Where, Tyke would get in the trouble, whatever, and then Spike would come and start kicking ass. And so we're Spike. And so Israel runs around like Tyke, big mouth, talking shit, right? Trying to get us to fight all their wars. And it's been working for a very long time. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. And so Ukraine was that situation. So the Zionists picked a fight with Russia, right? They were over there killing Russians, taking land, doing all kinds of dumb shit. And then when Russia responded, the Zionists were like, oh no, see, look what they're doing to us. Oh no, we didn't do nothing. Oh my God, America, come kick their ass. That kind of shit. And so everybody was on board waiting for America to hop in it. Like, all right, soon as America hop in it, yo, we going to war with Russia. It's gonna be lit. This is what the Zionists wanted. That's why the EU was talking big and bad, right? All them countries over in Europe was talking big and bad because as long as America was behind it, they knew it was gonna be lots of guns, big ass army, lots of weapons. It was gonna be lit, and this was their way to kind of break Russia, like they broke it before during the Bolshevik Revolution. So we've talked about that before too. You don't know what we're talking about, you need to get that, right? Go listen to that show because they broke Russia before. Somehow Russia clawed its way back, right? They wrestled back control from the Bolsheviks, right? And so they not really with that bullshit right now, and so they need to break Russia. So America now, when Trump got in office, right, he was like, yeah, we not doing that. All right, y'all got to settle that war. We not fighting. As a matter of fact, since you're talking all this shit, we not giving you no more weapons, right? We not support you. We not giving you no weapons. We don't give a fuck what the fuck happened. Go fuck yourself, right? That was an epic ass Oval Office. Press conference in the White House. It was fucking fantastic, right? And as a matter of fact, he started ending all the wars. Now this, if you're the Zionist, is problems. War is how you get shit accomplished. Anybody that's seen Game of Thrones, right? You know who Littlefinger is? What did Littlefinger say? Chaos is a ladder. It is through chaos that you gain control of things like resources, countries, people. Like chaos is a ladder. That's how you come up. Because when everybody else is fighting, you're gathering resources and putting yourself in position to be in charge when the dust settles. And that's what they use war for. Think about what happened right before Trump came into office, literally. Like a week before Trump came into office, they was like, well, shit. Um, they started some shit with Syria. They made Assad leave. He fled. And then Israel moved in and they was like, you know what? As part of our protection, we're just going to take this land right here. Just going to go ahead and take this right here. So that's what Israel did, right? So again, chaos is a ladder. So with Trump telling Ukraine, Zelensky to go fuck himself and saying, yo, we're not going to war. We're not fighting Russia. No, we ain't doing none of that shit. Now the Zionists were in the pickle, okay? Because the wars are ending. Trump is standing pretty fucking strong, all right? And so because they can't have a world with no wars, because then they'd be stuck. And remember, the only real fucking fucked up shit happening right now is what they're doing to the Palestinians in Gaza. And so now everybody's looking at them like, oh, y'all some pieces of shit. Got you. Okay. And so their kind of hold on the world was going away because remember, they maintain their moral superiority by invoking, oh, what happened to us in Germany? But I'm looking at what you're doing right now. I don't want to hear that shit. And that's kind of what the sentiments were. And so the court of public opinion was turning against them. And so now something's got to happen, right? Something's got to fucking happen. The Ukraine war is wavering. Ukraine can't hold out for much longer. And the only reason Russia ain't just bulldoze Ukraine is so that Ukraine doesn't look like victims. All right. They're just kind of going to let them. So because they're not getting any new weapons, oh, yeah, y'all can shoot all them weapons y'all want off. We ain't giving you shit. Right? United States ain't giving them nothing. Eventually, they're just going to run out of fucking bullets. So they're going to be standing there with fucking with rocket launchers and fucking missile launchers, but no missiles or rockets. Right? They screwed. And so that shit was going to come to an end. And so Israel can't have that. The Zionists can't have that. And so they need an escalation. They need a fucking war. Right? And so Netanyahu starts banging his drum. Oh, Iran has nuclear weapons. Iran has nuclear weapons. Right? Now part of the issue is that the Pentagon has been compromised since a long time ago. I was gonna play this clip. I couldn't find it though. I don't know what the fuck I did with it. Where this guy was talking about how Mossad can walk in the Pentagon through the river entrance without showing ID. Right? They walk in, they go up to the second or third dude in charge, and they tell them what's what. So Mossad had the run of the Pentagon, and no telling how many people inside the Pentagon, a lot, like are still on that wave because they haven't cleansed them people out like that. So they got a lot of people out, especially like at the top, but they haven't gotten everybody out. So a lot of the intel coming out is still coming via Mossad, and that's part of the problem. A lot of the intel coming from the Pentagon is literally what Mossad is telling them. And so inside the administration right now, you have kind of conflicting informations going on. So Tulsi Gabbard, who's a director of national intelligence, is saying, "Yo, Iran doesn't have a fucking nuclear weapon," and Trump is like, "Oh yeah, well yes they do." Right? He's saying things that go contrary to what she's saying. Okay, and so um, a lot of people in the government, a lot of the senators and congressmen, um, are, because they're leveraged by their APAC representatives, they're saying a lot of bullshit, and they're trying to stoke the Iran nuclear weapon lie. Okay, so this is so in this one clip, I'm gonna tell you, if you're not a conspiracy person, if you haven't been here, if you don't look at any, if you don't look at the type of information that we look at on the regular, then you would hear this and think, "Oh my God, what is Weez gonna do?" So this is Lindsey Graham, right? Hold on, oh, I think I got the wrong one. Wait. So what was the Lindsey Graham one? Oh yeah, here it goes. So this is Lindsey Graham talking about the Iran situation.
Can President Trump, in any form, can you make the commitment that this would not lead to a longer war?
I can guarantee you that if the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. I believe that with all my heart and soul. So the men and women who serve, they're the ones going, not people answering a poll. And if you ask them, would you be willing to risk your life to stop the Ayatollah from having a nuclear weapon? All of them would say yes, because it makes their country, our country, safer. So we live in a world where you've got to confront problems. You want to avoid World War III? Learn the lessons from World War II. People in World War II appeased Hitler to the point that it got so much out of hand, we had a world war and 60 million people got killed. So we live in a world where you pay now or you pay later. Let's stop this threat before he gets a nuclear weapon. Let's end this reign of terror. Let's do it now. It's not going to take 20 months, but I can't guarantee you your freedom and your safety unless we're willing to fight for it. I can guarantee you this: if we don't fight for our freedom, we will lose it.
Who was that?
Bruh. Bruh.
Who was that talking?
Lindsey Graham.
Such an alarmist. It's like, don't think, just
Right.
act.
So
So they can come back and say, "Oh, we were wrong. We. How would we know? How would anybody know?"
notice the language he was using, right? So we just got done talking about propaganda. He talked about Iran's reign of terror. Can somebody tell me in their life, when has Iran terrified them? When have they been scared of Iran?
I'm more afraid of Israel doing another 9/11 than I ever been in Iran.
Bro. So he says Iran's reign of terror. He says, if you're not concerned about your freedom or your safety, when has Iran affected your freedom? How can Iran affect your freedom? How can Iran affect your safety? Listen to the buzzwords, right? That's that keep it simple and just repeat it. Reign of terror, freedom, safety, the men and women in uniform, they'd rather be safe than sorry, right? Like he's a lesson. He's a master class in propaganda. Okay? And so
Oh,
no, what you gonna say?
I was gonna say, do you think it's possible in this weird, sick, twisted way that maybe some of these people know that, like, because they keep, if you notice, they keep saying, "Hey, if we don't do this war, there will be an attack on American land." Like they're speaking like very like matter of factly by saying, "Hey, if we don't do this, there will be an attack." Do you think it's a weird way that like some people like playing ball, like fuck, okay, we got to do this because if we don't, they're gonna fucking bomb America? I don't know. That's a weird question to ask,
So
but
I
uh,
mean, when you talk about like we went through the principles of propaganda, right? One of them is fear mongering, right? Make it a life or death situation. You know what I mean? And so he made it a life or death situation. That was number 6. Crisis. Issues must be life or death, good versus evil, love versus hate, us versus them. Urgency defeats objection, right? And so that's what he did. He made it a life or death situation. If you don't do this, America would be bombed, the mushroom clouds over New York, right? That's propaganda. 101. 101. It's a couple of other things that he said in there that, like I said, we've been doing this a long time. We've done cooks on this stuff. And so when I heard it, like my spidey sense just started tingling. And so in addition to stoking emotion and fear mongering, he also appealed to what? Oh, Hitler, this is how it started with Hitler, right? He tried to take over the country. People tried to appease Hitler and see what he did. Now, if you've been here listening to the cooks and the information, then we know none of that happened. Nobody tried to appease Hitler, right? It wasn't him trying to take over the world. The World War II story has been greatly twisted about what went on. But people don't know that because the lie has been repeated so much. And so you can just invoke the name Hitler, and people are like, oh no, we don't want Hitler. They don't even know what Hitler did. If you ask people, yo, why did Hitler do what he did? Because he was crazy. That's literally what they'll say. Because he was a madman. Because he just hated Jews. Really? Did you know he had Jews in his army? Huh? What you talking about? All right. So nobody knows. They don't really know what happened. They just kind of know that they connect the name with an emotion or a feeling. Then they just go. All right. The other thing that he invoked was nuclear weapons. We've talked about nuclear weapons too. All right. We've talked about the concept of nuclear weapons. All right. And what they really are. And so remember, mushroom cloud over New York. All right. And so it's just the pictures, right? The mental image, and got people thinking because they propagandize it so much in the movies. Right. Now, are there really big bombs and that do destruction? Yes. Nobody's saying that there are no big bombs that do destruction. But the concept of, oh, a nuclear weapon is going to turn America into a vast wasteland. Yeah, that's never happened. There's never been.
It won't even it won't even reach here.
I mean, even if it did, will buildings get destroyed because it's a bomb? Sure, but there's the nuclear effect is what I'm talking about, and that's kind of what they sell. They sell the nuclear aspect of. Remember, they keep selling the nuclear. Oh, they have nuclear weapons. Remember the thing that supposedly was dropped on Japan? Yeah, no, those are just really big bombs, right? So they're selling the nuclear aspect. They enrich uranium. So if you've been here for any of the nuclear scam episodes, you know, nuclear is just a fancy way to boil water, for real, for real. All right, yeah, yellow cake, yellow cake, right? So maybe what, with this war kicking up, I'm gonna have to reheat the nuclear scare scam, so we can talk about what the fuck nuclear really is. All right. But he invoked all of that shit during that uh during that interview, right? So you got two outright lies about nuclear weapons and appeasing Hitler because he'll take over, and then you got some propaganda words, reign of terror and freedom, and it's about your freedom and safety. All right. So that's just fear mongering 101. All right. So when I heard that clip, I was like, bruh. That's like all the shit I just told y'all is what came to my head as I was listening to it. Now, oddly enough, there was an interview done by Mike Wallace. I think this was like in the 80s, 70s, 80s, where he interviewed the king of Iran. I think they called the Shah, the Shah of Iran. And the Shah of Iran said something really interesting. So remember, this is the country that that they're talking about. Oh, it's so dangerous and all this other shit. Listen to the Shah of Iran and what he's saying.
Not entirely, but I think even a little too much, even for Israel interests.
You think the Jewish lobby in the United States is too powerful for the interests of Israel?
I think so. Sometimes they are disserving the interests of Israel because
Explain.
they're pushing around too many people.
How do you mean pushing around?
Well, pressuring, they have many means at their disposal. They are putting up pressure on many, many people. And at the end, I don't think that it will even help Israel.
Why, if this is true, why would the President of the United States pay attention to that lobby?
They are strong.
Strong in what sense?
They are controlling many things.
Controlling what?
Newspapers, medias,
Your Majesty.
banks, finances, and I'm going to stop there.
Well, now wait just a second. You really do believe that the Jewish community in the United States is that powerful?
Bruh.
And Mike Wallace is such a shield.
Yo. Hey, yo. So remember, Mike Wallace, he's Jewish.
Yep.
So, but that was the Shah of Iran. You heard him call him Your Majesty, right? And so he said some interesting things. He says, "Hey, um, the Jewish lobby in America," he says, "Yo, they a lot of times they don't serve Israel, right? And they have too much power, right?" He says they're pushing people around. How do you push around? So, how do you push around politicians? How do you push them around? You threaten them, right? You threaten them. You threaten to primary them. You say, "Yo, I'll fund your opposition. Somebody who will do what I want to do," right? Or you blackmail them. Hello, Theo Epstein, right? Where you get incriminating stuff on them, and then you threaten them with it. Hey, man, if you don't do this, I'm gonna put it out there. All right? You pay them off. You blackmail them. You threaten them. And this is way back then, right? Because he said the term putting pressure. Kind of pressure. Honeypot pressure. And then when Mike, he says, "Yo, they're controlling many things in America." And Mike was like, "Controlling what? What are you talking about?" And then dude, look, he's like, newspapers, media, banks, finance. And he was like, "You know what? I'm going to stop right there." And so they know that all the information that you see coming out of America, yo, it's propaganda. And it's propaganda coming from the Zionists. It's Zionist propaganda.
How long ago was that
So this Mike
interview?
Wallace interview was in like the early 80s, like the
Oh,
80s.
80s. You said that. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the thing is, not too long after this interview, this guy was like he was deposed in a coup. He got ran out the country in the coup. The guy that I just played y'all, he got ran, the Shah of Iran. All right, he got ran out. They cooled him. The CIA cooled him. CIA/Mossad cooled him. Not to be confused with Gould him. All right. So what are we doing now? You heard Iran say, "Hey, the Israel lobby is, they do the most in your country. They controlling shit." All right. Netanyahu's been running around talking shit about Iran since the 90s, talking about they got a nuclear weapon. Whole time, they ain't never had one. So they used to have British inspectors in there that would check to make sure that they ain't had no weapons and shit. Like, it was a thing. Whole time they were compliant. They were really chill. They didn't appreciate what Israel was doing, but the whole time they were compliant, right? And so, all of a sudden, somebody gets Trump information that, oh, Iran has a nuclear weapon for the 17th time, and he's like, well, let's negotiate, and then he gives them 60 days to give up their nuclear program, the one that they don't have, and then on the 61st day, Israel bombs them, right? On the 61st day, Israel bombed them, right? And so it sounds like somebody is getting in Trump's ear, either convincing him that Iran is on some bullshit, right? Or he's fucking he's allowing Israel to bomb them. Because the language he's using, like, it's double sided. At one point it's it's not us, we not involved. And then it'll say some shit like, well, yeah, we did this, we did that. And so it's double-sided language that I don't like.
Linnell,
Yo.
I came across some information, well, where somebody was discussing this, what you're talking about, and the way that, and I forgot who said this, but I need to find it. But they were saying that the reason why Israel probably bombed them on the 61st day is because they didn't want Trump to find out that they really didn't have any, nuclear weapons.
Possible.
So they tried to preempt, they tried to get ahead of it. Because then it would show that they were lying about that.
Yeah, so the thing is, anybody with any sort of brains knows this motherfucker's been lying since the
Right,
90s.
right.
And so I don't think Trump is that stupid, right?
Hey, but from what I heard, Trump was aware of the attack and green lighted it because
Well, yeah.
unless Netanyahu was lying, because Netanyahu was in one of his speeches mentioned something to that effect, pretty much giving it away that Trump was okay with the attack.
Right. So I heard the same thing. And so am I surprised that Netanyahu said, yo, we're giving them 60 days? And Trump was like, okay, we'll work with the 60-day thing. And Netanyahu was like, yo, after 60 days, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z. And so I think, like, if you paying attention to his negotiation style, so think about what happened with China, right? With the tariffs. So he was like, all right, China's got, 20 days to make a deal or whatever. After the 20 days was up, he was like, all right, well, tariffs are going to be 147%, right? And then he was like, all right, we're going to put them in effect next week. And so a couple days after that, they negotiate, and then he like, all right, we back down to 10%. You know what I mean? Or we're going to do 30%. And so I think the way he thinks about negotiation is, yo, we're going to talk tough, and you're going to come to the fucking table, and we're going to talk it out eventually, because, I'm going to bomb something, an outpost or something. It's going to be all right. I don't think he thought that this motherfucker wanted it that bad. I don't know if he really understands what they want. That's what I'm trying to understand, exactly what his thought process is. Do you know who you're dealing with? I don't know if he knows who he's dealing with for real, right? And so that's what I'm trying to see. Because when you look at the way he talks about it, he doesn't talk about it like he's gung ho. Like when you see his face, not reading the fucking Twitter. I'm talking about on camera when he's talking about it. Normally, when he looks straight at the camera, he's looking at the person he's talking to. He's really direct, like it's really assertive. When he's talking about these bombings and shit, his demeanor changed. Like it's not the same shit. So he spent both all of his first term and this term, the first 6 months of this term, trying to end fucking wars. He hasn't escalated anything to the point where, or he hasn't started anything. Anything that was ongoing, he tried to end. He was like, all right, we're in a war right now. All right, how do we end this thing fast? And so when I'm looking at him on camera, he's not the, as a matter of fact, dude, he's getting snippy with his base. So he says some shit about Tucker. Tucker's been one of his supporters like the whole time. Right. And a reporter asked him something about, oh, what Tucker said, this, that, and the other. And he made a snarky remark about Tucker. Right. It seems like he's agitated, not at Tucker, but at the situation and how it's getting out of hand. Right. And so everybody, like his whole base is up in arms. Nigga, Alex Jones is up in arms. Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, like all of his big voices, Candace Owens, all the big voices are like, no, nigga, no. And he's hearing it. He knows everybody's saying no. Dude, Twitter is on fire with motherfuckers saying no.
Hey, but Linnell, did you hear the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz? Because I think that's what he was referring to with Tucker.
No. So it was something else that Tucker had said.
Okay, but that was wild. If you haven't watched it, you need to
So
watch it. And
I saw a clip of it. I saw a couple clips of it. I was actually going to play one a day. I thought about playing one a day. I have one, but the other thing is I went. I was like, man, I want to watch the whole thing because I saw like 4 clips. I was like, yo, Tucker's giving this motherfucker the business. Like he got Ted
100%.
Cruz looking bad.
Yeah, I do want to watch the whole
He
thing
got him
too.
on the
Yeah,
ropes.
I didn't really want to watch the clips because I want to watch the whole thing. But one more thing that I did want to mention, and I wanted to ask you because you already mentioned, right, the Tulsi Gabbard thing where Trump just said, "Yeah, I don't care what she says and whatever," you know what I'm saying, about the weapons of mass destruction. You know, there's also a government entity, right, that does like handles like investigations, about this, right? Like they dig into, um, I guess spying, right? I guess they spy on the countries and they figure out whether this is factual, right? So, and I forgot what's the name of this entity, this government entity, right? And they confirmed and they said that there is zero evidence that Iran has any weapons of mass destruction, any nuclear weapons.
Yeah. So that's what I mean about the information he's getting. I'm the what I'm feeling. Right. So again, this is just based on what I've heard, like the information that I'm seeing motherfuckers come out with. It sounds like it's coming directly from Mossad via people in his administration. I think Mossad is backdooring to people in the administration that they still have leverage over, and they're giving him this information, right? And the thing is, I think as the shit gets more real, I think the truth is coming out, and he's realizing that holy shit, these motherfuckers was lying, and so he's kind of, and he doesn't know how to respond now, so he can't make it seem like he's not in control because that would look weak. And the one thing he never looks is weak. He don't never look weak, right? But he's trying to figure out how to get control of the situation. And so to me, that's what it looks like is going on. I could be wrong, right? But that's what it looks like. That's the feeling I'm getting right now is that he made a deal with Netanyahu, and when whatever happened, Netanyahu was like, all right, 60 days is up. And he didn't know that these motherfuckers were just chomping for a fucking war because they need it. Like they need this fucking war. So he didn't understand that. And that's what it looks like to me. And so as the situation kind of plays out, I'm gonna keep monitoring and see if I get a different feeling from it. Okay. Um. So what now? Right? What now? So the next logical thing would be because remember, after he did it, Trump is still like, we're not doing it. Right? He's like, yo, it's not us. We're neutral. We're not engaging. Um, and so like the Zionists can't have that. They need for him to engage. They need for America to be a part of a fucking war so they can at least get some of this land. Because if he settles all these conflicts, they're going to get nothing. As a matter of fact, they might end up losing something. So they've lost their world standing. They've lost their reputation. They're losing right now. And so I think they at least want to try to get some land, and then they'll start to try to repair their reputation. So if they could grab some land, they grab some Syrian land. If they could grab some of this Iranian land and then grab Gaza all at the same time, and then just be like, oh, yeah, all right, we quit. We was just playing. All right, y'all, we quit. Remember Holocaust, remember? My bad, our bad, Holocaust. Like, I think that's what the fuck they were kind of going after. Okay? So, incoming, what I think next, right? What's going to happen next? So if I go off of their modus operandi, if I go off of what they normally do at this point, right? What they normally do at this point um, is a false flag. So normally, in order to draw America into a war, they use false flags. And so it just so happens that America is supposedly sending a aircraft carrier to was it to the Middle East, right? Now the issue is the aircraft carrier they're sending is the USS Denson, I think. Oh, what is it? Nimitz, I think. All right. The aircraft carrier they're sending is supposedly scheduled to be decommissioned in a year. So it's not new. As a matter of fact, it's old. And they don't have any use for it anymore. So you got an aircraft carrier that they're about to just put out to pasture, that they're sending to a hot war zone. This has false flag written all over it. Right? This has, well, shit. Iran attacks USS Nimitz, and the US has to respond all over it. That's the feeling I'm getting based on the history of how America goes into war. All right. I'm feeling a false flag coming. All right. I'm feeling a false flag for a number of reasons. And so when I say I'm feeling a false flag coming, because that's how America goes into wars. America gained its independence based on a false flag. Anybody know what the false flag was? That gained America's independence?
That Tea Party.
The Boston Tea
I was just
Party.
about to say that. Yeah, that's true.
The Boston Tea Party. All right. False flag. So does everybody know what a false flag is? I mean, I'm up here talking cash shit. Like, y'all know what a false flag is. Everybody know what a false flag is. If you don't know what a false flag is, put N in the chat. Let me see. Let me see where we at. Let me see what level of conspiracy university y'all in. If you don't know, put an N in the chat. If you do know, put a Y in the chat. Let me see. Let me see where y'all at. X, you lying. All right, ZMX, I got you. All right, cool. X, you ain't shit. That's a false flag right there. Ramona, you a false flag too. Hefe, at least Hefe keeping it a stack. Thank you, Hefe.
I need a refresher, bro.
Get your ass out of here. All right, I see you, Keita. Keita, like, yeah. Miss J, way to tell the truth. All right, good job. Let's see. Hold on. It's like 7 people put something in the chat. It is damn near 70 people up in here. Why is it only 7 people putting something in the chat? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Do y'all need to wake up? Don't make me play some wake up music.
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
Hi, Hitler.
Heil Hitler!
Hi, Hitler.
Heil Hitler!
Hi, Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Hi, Hitler.
Hey yo. Alright. Alright, so for those that don't know, because I'm sure there's a couple people in here that don't know. A false flag is an event that happens where you do it to yourself, but you blame it on somebody else. Okay? So a false flag is an event that happens of a negative nature, right? So whether it be a bombing, a shooting, hijacking, right? You do it to yourself, to your own people, and then you claim that it was done by somebody else. Oh, though the enemy did it. They did it because they hate our way of life. They hate our freedoms. They hate us for our freedoms. Y'all heard that before. They hate us for our freedoms, right? So that's what a false flag is. And so the Boston Tea Party, right? Y'all remember the Boston Tea Party? So the Boston Tea Party was when a bunch of the the settlers, the white people, they dressed up like Indians and they went to the harbor and dumped a bunch of tea that was coming from England into the harbor. That is a false flag. There weren't Indians doing it. Remember, they was into it with a lot of the Indian tribes. The Indians didn't do it. The subjects did it. The people who were subject to the king, they did it. That's a false flag. And so that false flag started the American Revolution. That false flag started the American Revolutionary War. Right? What was let's see. So after the Revolutionary War, we had the Civil War, right? So the Civil War was about secession, so that wasn't us fighting against somebody else. So, we weren't fighting the outside enemy for that one, right? Does anybody know how we got into World War One? Anybody know how we got into World War One?
That wasn't Pearl Harbor, was it? No, that was
Nope.
it.
Pearl Harbor
Oh,
was
that's
World
two. War
War
two. Right.
Two.
Okay. Right.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
thought it was okay.
No. Everybody know what got us into World War One. So remember, World War One was purely a European thing. So the assassination is what started the war. It was the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, right? That was a dude that the assassin was trying to shoot him. He couldn't. He lost his nerve, And then he went to like a donut shop or some shit, and the motherfucker came walking around the corner like, oh shit, there go this nigga right here. And he went and shot him, right? But that ain't what got America into the war. That's not how we got into it, right? Yeah, the Charlemagne. It was the Lusitania. Okay? So the reason that we got into the war was we've talked about before. So UK was getting their asses kicked. The UK was getting their asses kicked. All right. So it was the United Kingdom, France, and Russia were fighting against Germany, Austria, and Hungary. And the UK, France, and Russia was getting their asses handed to them because Germany was a war machine. Germany was a fucking war machine. All right. And so the UK needed help. And so y'all remember this? The Zionists offered to get the United States into the war for what? What did they want in return for getting the United States into the war?
Palestine? No.
Palestine.
Oh, okay.
That was the Balfour Declaration. So the reason why the United States was brought into the war.
Wait a motherfucking minute. So you mean to tell me the UK was getting their ass whooped? Then the Balfour Declaration was made to get these niggas Palestine so they could go bomb the Lusitania, bring us into the motherfucking war. And then in World War II, we end up being the niggas that got them niggas Palestine when they them drop bombs on us. Is that what happened?
Almost. So, and so the Zionists made the deal with the UK that if they brought the United States into the war to help, right, then the Zionists would get Palestine so that they could create Israel, right? And so the way that the United States was brought into the war was with a false flag because the American public was not fucking with this war. It's kind of like right now how we ain't fucking with this war. The American public is like, yeah, that's a them problem. We cool. That they got issues over there. We chilling. And so, enter the Zionist. Enter the Zionist. All right, says the people of the United States were not interested in joining the war. U.S. bankers and businessmen, however, were making a sturdy profit from war bonding, trading, and munition sales. J.P. Morgan was brokering war bonds and making commissions, both the purchase of the purchase and sale of them to finance the Allied cause. He had approximately about 1.5 billion in loans out to France and England. So they were already making money hand over fist. So they didn't need us to make money. They was already getting money, right? It's J.P. Morgan was also heavily invested in shipping lines, including British White Star Lines that were supplying the Allies with food and ammunition supplies. J.P. Morgan had much to lose if Allies lost the war and defaulted on his loans, bonds, and shipping contracts. The Germans had a fleet of U-boats that were sinking supply ships for the Allies. There was an agreement called Cruiser Rules, which allowed for the U-boat to surface, issue a warning to allow passengers to escape to lifeboats, and then the U-boat would sink the ship. Did you hear that? So Hitler didn't just want to kill random motherfuckers. He was like, look, I'm going to sink this fucking ship, but tell these people to get off, right? Tell them to get in the lifeboats. They can leave, but I'm sinking the fucking ship. This is the monster that they talking about. Remember how they like to demonize Hitler? Hitler was like, look, I ain't trying to kill all these motherfuckers. I'm just going to sink your ship. Get everybody off this bitch. All right? And so Winston Churchill, who was the first Lord of Admiralty, issued orders to merchant ships to fire upon or ram the U-boats. This forced the U-boats to sink them without warning. So Churchill was like, hey man, fuck all that shit. Because Churchill didn't want Hitler to be seen as humane. Because remember, he was trying to draw people into the war. He needed Hitler to be seen as this evil dude who was doing all kinds of shit. Remember I played for you guys when we did the World War II cook, the dude reading the orders from Churchill, where Hitler was not bombing the cities in Europe. He didn't bomb London. He was only bombing military installations. And Churchill was like, well, shit, if he keeps doing this, then we can't get nobody else. We can't get no sympathy. And so Churchill started bombing the cities in Germany. And Hitler was like, hey, yo, you got to stop. And Churchill kept doing it. And Hitler was like, bro, you got to fucking stop. Otherwise, I'm going to fucking respond. And Churchill was like, oh, yeah. And he did it again. For 11 days straight, this motherfucker bombed the cities in Germany where people was killing people. And Hitler finally was like, all right, motherfucker. And that's when he started bombing London. So Hitler wasn't bombing London until Churchill started bombing the cities in Germany. And he warned them several times. And so in this one, Hitler's like, all right, motherfucker, look, I'm not going to sink your boat. I don't want to kill the people. I'm just going to sink the boats. Churchill's like, man, fuck that. I'm going to make you sink this boat. And so he started having the boats ram the U-boat. So fuck the warning. When the U-boats come up to give a warning, he told the ship captains to ram them, to make them sink them so that they could kill people. Right? So Churchill was desperate to have the U.S. join the Allies in the war. The first countermove was made. It says the first countermove made on my responsibility was to deter the Germans from surface attacks. The submerged U-boat had to rely increasingly on underwater attacks and thus ran the greater risk of mistaking neutral for British ships and of drowning neutral crews and thus embroiling Germany with other great powers. So this was The World Crisis by Winston Churchill. So this is him talking about what he was doing. Yo, I had to make it to where Hitler would kill civilians and hope that he would sink one of the other countries' boats so that they could join us. This is what Churchill said. Churchill also ordered British ships to remove their names and when in port, fly the flag of a neutral power, preferably the U.S. flag. Also, the survivors of the U-boats should be taken or shot whenever or whichever is the most convenient. And in all actions, white flags should be fired upon with promptitude. This is Churchill.
Dang.
He's trying to create chaos.
Right, white flags fired upon. That's wow. Yeah.
Right? He's trying to create chaos. He's like, yo, kill them or get rid of them, whichever you got to do first. And fly. He's telling his people to fly American flags. Right? So take off all British markings, pretend to be Americans. He's trying to muddy the water so that they can't tell. Okay? Hold on, I'm doing all this reading. I need some water. Hold on. All right. Where we at? So, just before the RMS Lusitania sailed in May, Churchill wrote this memo to Walter Runciman, president of Britain's Board of Trade. It is most important to attract neutral shipping to our shores in the hopes especially of embroiling the United States with Germany. For our part, we want the traffic. The more the better. And if some of it gets into trouble, better still. This is Churchill saying, "Hey, order a lot of shit from America so that they can send their ships to us, and hopefully Germany will sink one of his fucking ships." The German embassy in the U.S. paid for an advertising warning in 50 U.S. papers in April 1915 that the Lusitania was at risk for destruction and travelers should embark at their own risk. So this was Germany trying to tell the people in America, like, "Hey, yo, don't get on the fucking ship," right? The U.S. State Department intervened, and only one paper ran it. A paper in Iowa ran it. The Lusitania set sail for Liverpool on May 1st, 1915 from New York. It was carrying millions of rounds of ammunition and shrapnel. The previous captain, Daniel Dow, had resigned because of mixing civilian passengers with munitions. So the captain of the boat was like, "Yo, y'all sending military equipment and civilians on the same ship. This is dangerous. This makes this technically a military ship." So the captain was like, "Nah, I ain't fucking with this." The ship was to have a British battleship escort called the Juno, but it was recalled before the rendezvous in spite of the knowledge that a U-boat was active in the path of the Lusitania. On May 5th, the U-boat U-20 sank the schooner of Earl Latham. On May 6th, it also sank two more ships. So on May 5th, it sank a schooner. On May 6th, it sank two more ships. This U-boat, right? The two other ships were the Candidate and the Centurion. So all these sinkings occurred directly in the Lusitania's course. The Lusitania was given orders under the premise of saving coal to only run on 3 of the 4 boilers, which considerably slowed the vessel. So they slowed it down and they sent it on a slow fucking path in a place where 3 other ships had just got fucking sunken. The only warning Lusitania received was a general submarines active off the coast of Ireland. On May 7th, about 2:10 p.m., the Lusitania was hit with a torpedo that had been fired from U-20. Immediately following the explosion, a second explosion occurred. The ship sunk in 18 minutes. There were 1,959 people on board. 1,198 died, including 128 Americans. That's a false flag. Britain set up the American ship to get sunk so that America would get drawn into the war.
Is that a conspiracy theory, or do niggas know this shit? Not niggas, but like governmental niggas. Niggas that shaking their
Dude,
hands and shit.
governmental niggas don't be knowing shit, bro. They don't know shit. Only people know this shit is people like us. For real, for real.
That's a fact. Yo, I'm gonna dip out soon, but Linnell, before I go, man, I posted a link and I mentioned something about Israel's Samson option. Do you know what that is?
What is it?
This is wild. This is something that is actually has been documented. You can actually do a Google search about this. So hold on. When I did a Google search, right? Here's what it says. Really quick, and this is not that much detail. You could look this up in detail, right? So the Samson option, it says something about Hebrew. Okay, is Israel's deterrence strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. So pretty much, if Israel's getting their ass kicked and they're not getting what they want or the support from other countries, they have a hit list. Guess who's on the hit list? The United
Probably
States is
America.
on.
Yeah, of course
Yes,
it is.
and
Yeah, of course it
specific
is.
cities: New York, California, Colorado, and a bunch of other countries. So they have a hit list. Here we have a place that has nuclear weapons, right? Which I think was an illegal program too, by the way. But they have nuclear weapons and have made threats public to the United States. Yet we're worried about Iran having nuclear weapons. Let that sink in.
My man. All right. Okay. So let's see. What are you doing? All right. So we're talking about um false flag. So that was the American Revolution, which got us into the Revolutionary War, right? Then we have World War One, right? So what got us into World War One? Everybody say it with me now. The sinking of the Lusitania.
Lusitania.
The Lusitania is what got us into World War One. Okay, it was a false flag. Churchill set the whole shit up so to draw us into the war. So it's Churchill and the Zionists set it up to get us into the war. And as a result of us coming into the war, right, they ended up winning, and the Zionists got they got Palestine. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Let's see. Let's see where we at. So what's the next war? The next war, World War II. Right? World War II. What got us into World War II? Anybody
Pearl
know?
Harbor.
Pearl Harbor. All right. Um, Pearl Harbor is correct. However, how did uh how did the Japanese come to attack Pearl Harbor?
Weren't they tricked into attacking
Um,
Pearl Harbor or something
tricked.
like that? Or
Uh,
They
misled
wanted
or
to keep
something?
us from getting into the war, right?
Not so much. So that's the story that they tell us, right? That's the story that. Oh yeah, well Japan they attacked America to keep America from getting into the war. That don't make no fucking sense, right? You don't attack somebody to stop to and be like, yeah, don't fight. No, not at all.
Well, from what they gave, they was
So
trying to cripple the Navy because most of the naval fleet was down there in Pearl Harbor, but they hit the wrong fucking targets. Like if they had to hit like the fuel reserves and shit like that, we would have been a lot weaker.
it wasn't even that. Um, so let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to get the specifics. Uh, so it was so the United States had they started it, right? So it was more of an economic thing, right? So um they started embargoing shit and stopping it to where Japan couldn't get they couldn't get stuff. So they cut off Japan's access to like oil and shit like that, right? So it says America squeezed Japan by blocking its trade, right? So um, it literally made it to where they couldn't fight, they couldn't eat, right? They made it to where people couldn't sell them shit, right? So they did all of that shit. So America wasn't just not doing nothing, and then Japan was like, well, you know what? I don't want them to get into the war, so we're gonna attack them. No, it wasn't like that at all. So America was doing sneaky shit
Right, to get them to attack them.
to get them to attack.
Right.
And the thing is, they knew that they were going to attack. They knew where they were going to attack. And because they needed the destruction to be great, right? They didn't warn anybody. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
kind of what I meant by them being kind of tricked into attacking them by what the U.S. was doing. So.
so yeah, they prevented, they prohibited motor fuel and lubricant, fucking melting iron, steel, and scrap from going to Japan. All right, and so
So
then
weren't they trying? Weren't they trying to enter the? Was the U.S. trying to enter the war?
so it
And
wasn't the U. Remember, it's not U.S. It's the Zionists.
right. Well, yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah.
were
Gotcha.
trying to get the U.S. into the war. All right, because remember, Hitler again was kicking ass. So in World War II, Germany was kicking ass. They couldn't handle him. They couldn't. Dude, Germany has been a war machine for a long time.
So if them niggas over there in Europe, so you fought, all right, we played one game against these niggas. They had killer motherfucking defense. We not gonna beef our boys up, you know what I'm saying? Why ain't nobody beef they shit up to go fight this nigga if they ever had to fight him again? Why the
Beef them
fuck?
up how?
If he keep making all these goddamn Panzer tanks and the Blitzkrieg and all that shit, where they shit at? What's cigar smoking nigga? What's the nigga
Dude,
name? He get
Churchill?
where the fuck is his shit at?
Hey, bro, the German engineering is by far some of the greatest in the world. In the world. Like, even today, if you ever look at what they be making, like they cars and shit, that shit is fantastic. The way that they approach shit, problem making and engineering, that shit is amazing. And if you ain't got it, you ain't got it. The only thing you can do is go learn from it. That's why,
Nigga,
dude, that's why America stole
America
a bunch
went
of their
over there
fucking
and beat them
scientists.
niggas with block Chevys and the motherfucking goddamn
Hey, bro.
tanks. Come on now, like they could have made something. Look like these niggas didn't even try.
No. They tried, but again, bro, it's no, the German engineering is amazing, bro. So over there, they were the fucking man. Germany was the fucking man over in Europe. And then Germany was kicking ass. And they couldn't handle it. The UK, 2 times UK couldn't handle it. 2 fucking times. And the thing is, the second time they had Russia on their side. Russia did most of the fighting in World War II. So remember, Russia was ran by the Bolsheviks at this time. So Russia was fighting hard, right? Russia lost millions fighting Germany. Millions. It was a thing. Russia and Germany slugged it out. UK and all them other people, France surrendered, Poland surrendered, like all them other people gave up the ghost. They couldn't handle Germany at all. So, yeah, no, it was a thing. And so that's 2 times they had to trick America into going. So remember, it's about tricking the public, right? The politicians were bought off, right, and compromised. They had to trick the public. You know what I mean? What'd you say, Great Poseidon? German engineering sucks. Nah, bro. Hey, so check this out. So I used to work at a manufacturing plant, right? Where we manufacture cars. And so one day, it wasn't one day because we did this over the course of a few months. So one day we brought in all these different cars. So we brought in a Toyota Camry. We brought in like a Mercury Sable, a Ford, whatever the Ford, some Ford we brought in. We brought in the Honda Accord. We brought in the Nissan Altima. the Volkswagen Passat. So we brought in all these cars from different countries, right? So there was a Toyota, that's Japanese. Honda was there. Nissan is Japanese, that was there. Like we had American. We had all these different cars. And then what we did was we did a tear down where everybody from all over the plant, like if you worked in the part that worked in wheels and you come and look at the way that all these people do their wheels. If you worked in like engines, you came in, oh, look what they doing with their engines. Everybody from all over the plant came and would systematically tear the car apart so we could see, like, yo, how is it made? How is it engineered? You know, all this shit. Every time I went to the teardown area, everybody was gathered around the Volkswagen. It was by far superior. The way it was built, the engineering was by far superior than everything else there. Dude, that shit was so dope. I went and bought one. I was like, yo, this car is amazing. I literally went and bought one. I went and got me a Volkswagen Passat. So Germany has been like, their engineering is fantastic. Japan don't do shit but copy us. If you look at all the shit that came out of Japan, it was shit that they took what we made and then they went and made that shit. They beefed it up a little bit. They engineering ain't shit. So World War One. So we got back to the false flags, right? Because that's what we're talking about, right? Revolutionary War was Tea Party, false flag. World War One, Lusitania, okay, done by the Zionists to get America into the war. World War II, Pearl Harbor, done by the Zionists to get America into the war. Okay? Does anybody know that the next major war that America was in was Vietnam? Even though technically Vietnam wasn't a war, it was a skirmish. It was never
It
technically
was
declared war.
the Korean War. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, Korean War.
Korean War? Ooh, let me see. What year was Korean War?
That was
Korea
before
was...
Vietnam.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see. Korea? I forgot about the Korean War. Let me see. What year was the Korean War? Korean War. 1950. Ooh, okay, cool. Let's see. One. Wait. Let's see. Let's see what started it. The Korean War was when North Korea invaded South Korea. This invasion crossed 38th parallel, which coordinated attack at several strategic points. The conflict was fueled by a post-World War II division. Okay, so this is a continuation of World War II. So it's a continuation of World War II. So Korea, like North Korea, was part of the Allied forces. So, and that's all. So that's a continuation of World War II. The United Nations condemned the invasion and authorized military intervention to support South Korea. So the UN. All right. So here we go. The UN are the Zionists. So essentially, we were told to go to war by the Zionists. So that wasn't a false flag. Okay. But that's a continuation of World War II. All right. After the Korean War, that's when I think in the 70s is Vietnam, right?
The 60s.
So, huh?
It was in the 60s.
60 what? 60 like 68?
It ended like 68 or some shit like that. I can't remember, but it was in the 60s.
Hold on, let me get
I
it.
want to say it started in 60. Well, my father was in the Vietnam War.
Hold on.
So,
Vietnam War. Let's see.
67,
Started in, so it ended in 75. Yeah, it started in 55. Started in 55. Um, ended in 75, so it's 20 year. Okay. All right.
How long were we in it?
Okay. Yeah. We got into it in oh shit. Oh, there it goes. 65. We got into it in 65. All right, cool. So, what got us into Vietnam? Anybody know?
Fight communism.
Nope. There was an event that got us into Vietnam. All right. Let's see. There was an event that got us into Vietnam. All right. The event. So, this is one of these things uh, where you probably heard it before, but you don't really understand what it was. All right. So it's called the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Anybody ever heard that before?
I've heard of that.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
heard the
know what
name
it's
before,
about. Yeah, I've heard the
right?
Tonkin. Yeah, name. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so in 1964, the USS destroyer US Maddox was reportedly attacked by North Vietnamese torpedo boats while conducting electronic intelligence operations. The Maddox returned fire and called in air support, reportedly sinking one of the attacking boats. August 4th, 1964, that's 2 days later, the USS Maddox and the USS Turner Joy reported being attacked again. However, subsequent investigations, including those by the National Security Agency, suggested that this second attack may have been based on faulty intelligence or possibly fabricated. More importantly, and so President Lyndon B. Johnson used the reported attacks as justification to seek broad congressional authorization for military action in Southeast Asia. The resolution passed August 7th, 1964, authorized President to take all necessary measures to repeal an armed attack against forces of the United States to prevent further aggression. So yeah, the problem is the Gulf of Tonkin incident never happened. Never happened. So yet another lie that was used to bring the United States into a fucking war. Right? So we counting, that's 3. I'm sorry, that's 4. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's 4. 4 lies. 4 wars. Okay? So out of the 5 wars, right, we got 4 lies. And actually the 5th one just a continuation of the fucking first one. So the next war after Vietnam, anybody remember what the next war was? If you just got here, we're talking false flags. All right, we're talking about false flags throughout history that got America, that were used as to get America into war.
Was it Desert Storm?
So it was Desert Storm, the first one. All right. The first Desert Storm in like 91, I think is when it
That's
was.
Daddy Bush, right?
That was Daddy Bush.
Right.
All right. Does anybody know what got America into the war? Mm,
Them Halliburton niggas wanted to go take some oil.
true. But I think it's more than that. That shouldn't have. So the Desert Storm shouldn't have nothing to do with oil, right? Not really. It ain't had nothing to do with oil. Lofty said it, the Kuwait invasion, and that's not how you spell Kuwait. You spelled it like a black person. That shit is.
Nigga, don't
Hey,
nobody care how to spell they fuck shit.
hey, yo. So the story is that Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. So Kuwait became a state or became a country because the UK had oil interests there, and so because it was so tumultuous in the area, right? They kind of broke off that area and was like, all right, look, we're gonna make this a nation by itself, right? That got ties to the West, and this will be our shit. Y'all gotta relax. So Iraq and Kuwait had beef, okay? And so the story is Saddam Hussein just on a whim decided to um, invade Kuwait. But again, y'all been around here way too long to think that that's the fucking story. So in a book called The Unholy Babylon. That's the name of the book, The Unholy Babylon, by Adele Darwish and Gregory Alexander. It was published in 1991. This is out of the book. The U.S. before the first Gulf War gave Saddam Hussein um, Hussein to understand that it would not interfere in its quarrel with Kuwait. U.S. Ambassador April Gillespie conveyed the message to Saddam that the U.S. had no opinion on Iraq's future intention with regard to Kuwait. Kuwait was a state separate from Iraq, was a creation of the British to protect their oil interests. The book makes the situation painfully clear. Washington sent many messages to the Iraqi leader, all of them with the same thing. We won't interfere. We apologize for anything the nasty journalists have written about you. We prefer you to those fanatic Iranians. This is the how of American diplomacy. So the United States. So when Saddam told the United States he wanted to invade, he wanted to invade Kuwait, Bush said, "All right, that's cool, bro." He said it to multiple times. He was like, "Nah, that's cool. You good? We gonna stay out of y'all shit." Multiple times. Remember, Bush is a globalist. He's run by the fucking Zionists. His family long run by the Zionists. So, because Zionists like war and Iraq didn't have a Rothschild controlled bank, and they were not under the control of the Zionists, they needed a reason to take him out. Right? And so when he was like, "Hey yo, what's up? How y'all feel about me, me doing this thing to Kuwait?" They was like, we don't give a fuck. You good. They told him that multiple times. At the same time they were telling him he was good, in the United States, they were running articles about how he was a deadly dictator and on some bullshit and had weapons of mass destruction at the same time. And so when he invaded Kuwait, he's a dictator. He's in there killing people and all this other shit. And we need to go to war. Got tricked. The American people got tricked into war. Again. again. Y'all noticing the theme yet? Anybody seeing the theme yet? Pattern? Anybody? Bueller.
Yeah, them block Chevys
Bueller.
beat everybody, nigga. That's what I noticed.
Hey
Fuck
yo.
that German engineering.
All right. So that was Gulf War One. The next one. Next war is what? Gulf War Two. What got us into Gulf War Two?
Oh, with Baby Bush.
What was the
Not
event that got us into
sup-
Gulf War Two?
supposedly 9/11.
9/11, the mother of all false flags. The mother of all false flags, 9/11, is how we ended up in Gulf 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 wars, and the only reason we got into them was because of false flags. That's the only way to get America to go to war is a false flag. The only way. We mind our fucking business. We don't want no bullshit. We really just want to chill. And so they use massive propaganda campaigns and false flags to trick America into wars. The people, that is. And so right now, with what's going on with Iran and Israel, the only way to get America to buy into a war is with a fucking false flag. That's the only way they can get us into that shit. That's why the title of this shit is called False Flag Incoming. Because Israel really wants America into a war. All right? Israel really wants America into a war. And the only thing that gives me hope is that Trump cares a lot about his reputation, about how he's seen. And with what I'm seeing right now on Twitter, because that's what he pays, he doesn't pay attention to the news. With what I'm seeing right now on Twitter, everybody is saying no. Everybody is saying no. Okay? Now, let's not underestimate the Zionist. Okay? Let's not underestimate the Zionist. All right? So, they have a history of creating false flags. All right? Going back to their inception, going back to Israel's inception, their knack for creating false flags is immaculate. Remember when we did so I did the show Why No Peace in the Middle East, when we talked about like how Israel came to be. We talked about the Balfour Declaration. We talked about how everybody wanted like the Zionists wanted people to move to Israel. And so but when they started moving to Israel, there was conflict with all of the people around them, right? Because they were displacing people, moving people around. And so Britain had to step in because Palestine was technically quote unquote owned by the British, and the British gave it to the Zionists. And so the British were kind of keeping tabs on what was going on inside of Palestine. But the Zionists didn't like that because the British, were stopping the Zionists from doing what they wanted to do to the locals. Okay. And so what ended up happening was the British were staying, like the military, they were staying at this hotel called the King David Hotel. Okay. And some Zionists went in, right? And they wanted to make it seem like the Arabs were targeting the British. And so the Zionists disguised themselves as the Arab workers at the hotel. They smuggled in milk cans filled with explosives into the basement of the hotel. Then supposedly they called in to warn like the people in the hotel that it was bombs in there, but the British supposedly ignored it. Right? That's what they're saying. They ignored it. Right? And so 91 people got killed, 28 British soldiers, 41 Arabs who was there working, 17 Jews, and 5 others. And then like 46 people was injured. Right? Turns out, like, it was an operation done by the Zionists to frame the Arabs. All right? So this is what they did. And so the thing is, because of this, the British ended up saying they threw their hands in the air. They was like, man, fuck, we ain't fucking with y'all no more. We're tired of dealing with this, because they kept bucking. Right? So it's like, yo, we gave y'all the land. We're trying to help y'all get up in here. Because remember, part of the Balfour Declaration is that they weren't supposed to displace the locals. They weren't supposed to be treating them bad. They weren't supposed to disrupt their traditions and shit. And so this was kind of that thing. They were like, we're making sure that you guys are safe and that they're not bothering you and you're not bothering them and everybody's cool. But the Zionists didn't want that. They wanted the land. They wanted the Palestinians gone. And the British were policing them. And so they started blowing up they started attacking the British. And the British was like, man, fuck it. We gone. We done. Fuck this shit. And they let the United Nations deal with the shit. That caused the British to pull out. You know what I mean? So that was in like 46. All right. So that was one false flag. Okay. Then there's another one. Hold on, where is it at? So this one is called the Lavon Affair. The Lavon Affair. Hold on, not that one. Where is it at? So, hold on. This. Hold on, did I just go away from it? No, not that one. Oh, there's that one. I looked it up for nothing. Hold on, where's it at? I just had it. Oh, this is it right here. Okay. So, in 1954, an Israeli terrorist cell was activated inside of Egypt. The ensuing attacks, cleverly designed to look like the work of Arabs, the second time. So whenever they do shit, they like to blame that. They like, oh, it's the Arabs that did it. Okay. So they attacked, making it look like Arabs did it. They blasted and torched American and British targets. First, the Israeli terrorists firebombed the Alexandria post office. Then they firebombed the U.S. Information Agency library. One in Alexandria, one in Cairo. Then they firebombed the British-owned Metro MGM Theater, a railway terminal, the Central Post Office, and a couple more theaters. So they're doing all this shit. They firebombing, trying to make it look like it's the Arabs doing it when really it's the Zionists doing it, right? To smuggle their bombs inside the buildings, they used devices shaped like books, hiding them inside book covers. Once inside, bags filled with acid were placed on top of the nitroglycerin bombs. After several hours, the acid ate through the bags and ignited the nitroglycerin, causing explosions and blazing infernos. In the early 50s, the United States was making fast friends with Egypt, taking advantage of the new pan-Arab Egyptian government of Gamal Nasser. The warmer relationship between the U.S. and Egypt caused very insecure Israel to feel threatened. So they got mad because the U.S. and Israel was settling disputes. Okay? And they ain't like that shit at all. David Ben-Gurion, who was the first prime minister of Israel, thought that Egyptian terrorist attacks against Americans would be a perfect way to cool down the U.S.-Egypt relationship. Since there were no Egyptians planning attacks against America, Ben-Gurion's protege did the next best thing. They recruited Israelis to pretend to be Egyptian terrorists and then to go and fucking blow shit up. So this is called the Lavon affair. All right. That's called the Lavon affair. So that's false flags done by the Zionists to frame other people. So I'm showing you how, they're not scared to do these things, right? They're not scared to pull false flags off, right? To put them in action. All right? They're not scared at all. Let's see. What's the next one?
Is it like Afghanistan or something?
Oh no.
Oh.
So we're talking about false flags. Let's see. Hold on. The operation. Where the hell it go? It's another one here. What did I do with it? No. Oh, here it goes. The Iraq Jewish bombings of the 1950s. Okay. So remember, we've been talking about this for a long time, right? In that when they established uh, Israel, they needed people to go there, right? But nobody really wanted to go there, so they went to different places, and they wanted to convince Jews to leave the place they were at and go to a safer place. So they went to Iraq. In the 50s, they went to Iraq. Okay. And they conducted a series of bombings, targeted Jewish areas and institutions. Why? Because they wanted them to leave Iraq and go to Israel or to Palestine. Or I guess it just became Israel. All right. So they were trying to scare Jews into leaving Iraq and going to Israel. So there are lots of Jews in Iraq, Iran, Syria, all them places. And the Zionists didn't want them there. They wanted them to go to the Jewish state. All right. So that's the Iraq Jewish bombings that occurred in the 50s.
Did it say why they chose Iraq to go to?
No, so the thing is, they were doing this shit everywhere.
Oh, they were
This what the
just
whole shit with Hitler was about,
right. Okay.
right? So the Zionists made an agreement with Hitler to get these people to leave the country. Hitler wanted them gone, the Zionists wanted them gone, and so they started rounding them up and was like, yo, y'all got to get the fuck out of here. They wanted them in Israel really bad. They wanted them in Israel really freaking bad. All right. Okay. So that was the 50s. Let's see. When's the next one? Oh, you know what? Let me see if I can play y'all this one. So the next one, the next false flag. You just got here. First of all, welcome to Conspiracy University, man. I appreciate y'all hanging out with us. We're here every Wednesday. We'll be back on Friday for Conspiracy Cookout with the Tinfoil family. You know what I'm saying? So what are we gonna talk about on Friday? I don't know. So the Puffy
What?
trial, it
We're not
hasn't
gonna talk
been
about Diddy?
so it hasn't been that much to catch up on Friday. I mean, like this week that we need the whole show for it. So, you know, be all right. All right. But welcome if you just got here, man. I appreciate y'all hanging out. This PhD level conspiracy talk, man. We here every Wednesday. Make sure you put us on your schedule and check out the podcast Conspiracy University. Right? Follow us on TikTok and on IG. Conspiracy University Podcast on TikTok and IG. All right. So right now, in light of what's going on with the Iran Israel thing, my position is that the next logical step for Israel, based on their history, is that there's going to be a false flag, because the only way to get America into a war for real is with a false flag. Historically speaking, that's the only way we really enter wars. And now what we're looking at is we're looking at Israel's history of false flags. Okay? We're looking at Israel's history of actually committing false flags. They're no stranger to him. So we talked about the King David hotel bombing. We talked about the Levant affair. We just talked about the Iraq Jewish bombing. And so next up is the USS Liberty.
1967, in the Six-Day War, on June 8th, Israeli military, air force, and navy viciously attacked a ship called the USS Liberty, which was an unarmed American spy ship under the NSA off the coast of Egypt in international waters. And it was flying an oversized American flag, and the Israeli pilots were flying over the ship. They'd been buzzing over it all morning long before the attack began. And then the attack began. They hit it with a torpedo in the middle, killing 34 Americans. Then they bombed it, dropped napalm. And there was recently, or a couple years ago, the transcripts came out between the pilots and ground control. And the pilots' ground control in Tel Aviv said, identify the plane, identify the ship. And the planes called back and said, it's American, it's American. And then the command came from Tel Aviv, sink the ship, no survivors. So they intended to put this ship on the bottom of the ocean, but it was one of those old World War II Liberty hull ships, which have good compartments underneath, and it didn't go down. The torpedo went right in the middle of the ship and killed all of the guys down below with the headphones on that were interpreting what the signal's intelligence. Killed all of them, but the ship didn't sink. But when the Americans tried to put life rafts into the water, the Israeli gunboats were machine gunning the life rafts. They had no intention. They intended this ship to go down the bottom, and had it gone to the bottom, it would have been blamed on Egypt. And this would have brought us very close to a nuclear war. But that's another story. This was Lyndon Johnson was in the White House, and he was very, very pro-Israel. And so twice, American planes were launched from aircraft carriers off the coast of Greece to rescue the ship. And twice, McNamara and Johnson called the planes back. He said, I will not embarrass an ally. So 171 Americans were brutally wounded on the ship and 34 killed.
Embarrass an ally.
Hey man, that Israel lobby is strong. The Israel lobby is strong. So in 1967, Israel attacked an American ship. and tried to kill everybody on it just so they could blame Egypt. Right? Just so they could blame Egypt. And one of the things that's not talked about is the fact that some of those pilots that were flying the Israeli airplanes were Americans. They were Jewish Americans flying for Israel. All right? Jewish Americans flying for Israel. So Israel has attacked America before. They've attacked Britain. They've attacked America. False flag. If the story, if the survivors hadn't got out, the story would be that Egypt attacked America, and that the United States should go to war against Egypt because they attacked America. False flag. All right. Let's see. I got more. I know y'all thinking, man, he ain't done yet. I got more. All right. We're talking about the king of the false flag. Okay. In the 1980s, there's something called Operation Trojan. Okay. So this comes from a book by a Mossad agent called By Way of Deception. And so he says that Israel planted fake communication transmitters in Libya to send pro-terrorist messages that could be intercepted by Western intelligence. So the Zionists planted fake communication transmitters in Libya that were sending messages talking about the attacks and shit they were going to do against Western power. They were trying to trick the United States into believing Libya was responsible for terrorist attacks. All right. They tricked the United States into believing Libya was doing terrorist attacks. And the thing is, the United States actually bombed Libya shortly afterwards. So it worked. So that means that there were terrorist attacks going on. So people were bombing United States structures, right? So somebody was bombing them. If it wasn't Libya, who do y'all think it was? I give you three guesses.
Israel.
If it wasn't Libya, somebody was bombing them. Who do you think it was? All right. So that was Operation Trojan. So they was bombing U.S. fucking installations and then trying to make it seem like, oh no, that's Libya's doing that shit. That's fucked up. You know what I do? You guys ever heard of Hamas? Anybody ever heard of Hamas?
You talking about that shit made out of chickpeas?
Hey yo, no, not hummus.
Yeah.
Hey yo, that's funny. So they tricked U.S. into bombing Libya in like '86. In '87, Hamas was founded. All right. So the story is that Hamas formed in 1987 at the beginning of the first Palestinian uprising. Its roots are of the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood and is supported by a robust socio-political structure inside Palestinian territories. So they want you to think that, oh, the Palestinians just rose up against the Jews because they're terrorists. That's what they do. That's the story, right? But remember, in order to take control of the country, of the whole country, right, they need a reason to attack, right? Because if the Muslims in the country aren't bothering them, then they don't have, like, there's no justification for them doing things to them. They can't impose all these restrictions. They can't impose lockdowns. They can't, you know, just be complete and total terrorists towards the Muslims in their country, in Palestine. And so they needed them to be um, they needed them to be a terrorist organization. They needed an enemy, right? But the problem is they really weren't. And so Israel had to somehow prop up the enemy so that they could have somebody to point to as the bad guy. Remember, that's part of propaganda. They need a bad guy. But the problem is Hamas really didn't have any resources. They didn't have no money. They didn't have, people who wanted to do shit like that. And so what do you do when you need an enemy, but the enemy you need can't really afford to be an enemy? What do?
You create them.
Right? You create them, right? And you got to support them. And so what did Netanyahu do?
It was important for him to keep Gaza under the control of Hamas and keeping the West Bank under the control of Fatah and preventing them from being united in any way. In order to do so, Netanyahu was all the time helping Hamas to survive.
At the same time that he was under investigation, he arranged for Hamas to receive $35 million every month from Qatar.
Netanyahu can't give the money by himself. Israel will not give money to the Hamas. You cannot even transfer this money through banks, because even the banks don't want to cooperate. So you, the Israeli Prime Minister, needs to beg this small and very rich country, Qatar, to give money to our enemy.
These suitcases of money was given to Hamas under the request of Benjamin Netanyahu personally. And because the Qatarians knew him from the beginning, they were asking him to send them his requests in writing because they knew that he's going to lie in the future.
So Israel needed an enemy. They needed somebody to point the finger at as the bad guy, right? And so the people that they set up to be the enemy really couldn't afford to be the enemy. So what did Netanyahu do? He went to Qatar because he couldn't give them the money, not directly. Because he couldn't get them no bank accounts, right? They don't have bank accounts because it's illegal for them, because he had them branded a terrorist group. So they couldn't have bank accounts. They couldn't receive money from people, right? So he literally went to Qatar and asked Qatar to give these people $35 million a month in cash. And Qatar knew he was a fucking snake. They was like, bro, we gonna need you to put that in writing. Because if he hadn't, then he would have got the world to think that Qatar was funding Hamas. Right? It would have been a big story about, oh, Qatar is funding, supporting terrorism, funding Hamas, and also other shit. So he made Qatar, so Qatar made him put that shit in writing. And so it's on official state letterhead from Benjamin Netanyahu, a request for Qatar to give Hamas $35 million a month. And this shit went on for years. They gave them over $1 billion at the request of Netanyahu because they needed an enemy.
Where can one find that letterhead?
Hey, yo. You can probably have Chat GPT create that shit while you bullshitting.
Nigga, I'm serious. Where the fuck do I is this something that's been seen? Niggas have seen this. They know he did that.
I don't know. It's a great question.
I
What you
can't win
say,
an
Don
argument with
Harris?
that, Lanil.
You said what?
I can't win an argument with this information right here.
Hey, yo. You said where can one find this letterhead?
Yes, nigga, you ain't hear me?
I don't know, but so the video I got it from, they actually showed it. Like, yeah, they showed it. I don't know where you can find it. I can give you the video. But yeah. What you say, Don? Israel also swayed Palestinian elections in Hamas' favor to really get this going. Yeah. So remember, they needed Hamas. Because you can't be a victim if there's not somebody you can blame. So part of their identity is to play the victim, right? Oh, we're targets. They're coming at us, and so because they're coming at us, we got to take their land, right? And so they've been propping up this fake enemy. It's kind of like what the FBI was doing here with all these terrorist groups in the states, where they would go get some people, they would give them weapons, they would give them money, they would give them clothes, they would plan out a caper for them, right? And then tell them to go do it. And then when they would go to do these things, then the FBI would catch them and be like, "Oh, we caught a terrorist group about to do some shit." Like there was actually a case in Michigan where the people got off, they got found not guilty because the FBI literally planned everything out. They entrapped them. These people didn't have the wherewithal or the knowledge to do anything that they said they was gonna do. And it turns out because they knew nothing. The FBI planned and set out everything up. And that's the same thing that Israel did with Hamas. No, it was even worse than January 6th, Ramona. Way worse. January 6th, you had people, they just kind of let the people in and the people was walking around and all this other shit, right? No, the shit that happened in Michigan, the FBI found some people who really wasn't on shit. They was just kind of pissed off and they just had some rhetoric. They was mad, and so the
Was that with the
FBI.
governor? That happened with the governor?
Um.
Not that, when they went and stormed him, was
So
like,
that was one
okay.
because it wasn't just one. They do this all the time. No, so it was some shit where, they had these people. It was some black people too. They got some black people who ain't had no military training, no weapons training, no money, no jobs, no nothing. And they got them and they gave them a plot to blow up an airplane, like a military airplane. And then they gave them like a rocket launcher that they didn't know how to use, right? They didn't know nothing about nothing. They
Wow,
didn't,
I
they didn't know
hadn't
no
heard about
plan. They
that.
gave them like the time that the plane would be landing. Like they just gave them everything. It was like,
Wow.
here, this is your plot. And then a couple of times, these motherfuckers was like, yeah, we don't really want to do this. And they had to give them pep
Oh
talks
my gosh.
to go and do it. When these motherfuckers like, yeah, we don't really want to do it. They was giving them money. And so the money that they was giving them to go buy like the weapons and shit, these niggas would spend on like cars and pay bills and shit. Like these motherfuckers didn't want to do it. And they just kept pushing them along and pushing them along. right? And then they arrested him like on the day it was supposed to happen. And so like this whole shit came out in court. It was fucked up. But that's shit they do, right? And so like they be trying to make us think that the world is like this super dangerous place with all these terrorists who doing all this shit. In real life, it's not. They're the ones doing it. That shit be fucking wild. All of this shit they talk about Hamas, nigga, Netanyahu was funding all of this shit. And the October 7th shit where, supposedly Hamas attacked Israel with the rocket and all that shit. Nigga, that was them. They did that shit. They did that shit. Bruh.
Hey, wow.
So this has been a like this is kind of what they do. All right. Like they're the experts at false flag. And so the thing is, I've only given y'all like some notable ones. These are some big ones, right? There's a bunch of other ones that we ain't even talked about. There's a bunch of them that we ain't talked about. This is what they do. Because people really don't be on that shit. It's not a lot of people that's out here just terrorizing motherfuckers and thinking about attacking people. That's not how this shit goes. And most people don't want to go to war. And so they have to do these things in order to make war. All right. They got this narrative that, humans are so violent and all so other shit. It's not. We're not. There's a small segment of the population that is violent and foments violence. And they act to keep people at odds with each other. Regular people left to their own devices really don't engage in war for real, for real. They try to figure it out. Right? People actually tend to work together. The reason that the world is the way it is right now is because of a small group of people constantly creating chaos and scarcity so that shit can't fucking function. All right. So essentially, when I see what's going on in the media, like this is the lens that I see it through. Right? I'm looking at all the ways in the past that we ended up in war. We were lied to. And I'm looking at all the ways in the past that conflicts kind of escalated. False flags. That's the only way that America ends up in bullshit. False flags. So the Zionists, the globalists, the communists, whatever the fuck you want to call them, when they have their hands on the wheel, right? They propagandize us, and then they blackmail and extort the leaders into going to war. So the American public is the victim of propaganda wars, and then the politicians are leveraged through blackmail or bribery or extortion or threats or whatever the fuck. And that's how America ends up in wars. Right? So when I look at this shit, the only thing I can see next is some sort of false flag coming. That's it. That's all. I see false flags coming. That's what I'm waiting on now. I'm waiting to hear about some sort of attack on American interests and how we got to respond, because it ain't Iran. So I don't know if y'all noticed, like, I think it was like last year. It's like last year or some shit. When it was something with Trump and Iran literally called Trump and told him They were trying to warn him about attacks on American bases. I think when they were bombing like American interests, Iran was like they called Trump and was like, "Hey, yo, we just giving you a heads up. These are the places that's going to be attacked because they don't want to go to fucking war. They don't want to go to fucking war." So, like I said, we gonna see how this plays out. Um, I'm hopeful that he grows some balls. And not he grows because he ain't lost them yet. I think he's just trying to figure it out. That he keeps his balls, right, and thinks about his legacy and stays out of this bullshit. I don't give a fuck how much Israel escalates that shit. I want him to stay out of that shit. Now, realistically speaking, he's not going to let them FO. So they're FAing, they're fucking around, but he's not going to let them find out, right? That's wishful thinking. Anybody that thinks, oh man, he should just let Israel get wiped off the map, he's not going to allow that shit to happen, right? That's wishful thinking. I was surprised he did that shit with Ukraine. I was like, oh shit, that's what I'm talking about. He's not going to let it happen to Israel. So anybody thinking that shit, yo, put that shit out your mind. That's a pipe dream. Okay. But us staying out of their bullshit, it's not a pipe dream. All he has to do is say no. Right? And understand. And so this is the thing though. The whole time he's been de-escalating wars and all this shit going on, I've been waiting for the thing. Because there was no way that they were going to let this shit just like their entire plan. Remember, this shit's been years in the making. We damn near 100 years in the making of this shit. There's no way they were just going to let their agenda go just like that. Right? So I kind of expected this. Now I want to see how he responds. Hopefully he doesn't cave. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Yo, anybody got any questions about anything I talked about today? So it was a lot. I hope I was thorough in giving you guys an understanding of false flags and how they're used, historically how they've been used, for what and by who. All right. Any questions about anything we talked about today? It's been a lot of information. Like this one. So these kind of shows I be liking on Wednesday. I like information heavy shows, right? Where we get to talk about shit. On Friday, I'm definitely probably going to do a review of the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz interview because that shit looks lit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, did you ever talk about that nigga that shot that congresswoman?
No, I ain't did that. We'll do that on Friday too.
All right.
Yeah, we'll do that on Friday too. I was thinking about that as I was getting ready for this show. I was like, ooh, we ain't talked about that. Yeah, so we'll talk about that on Friday too. So there'll be a lot of stuff we talk about on Friday. Well, shit, ain't nobody got no questions. Let me give y'all some positivity for the day, man. Let's see. Like I said, we'll be back on Friday. Remember, blackistheuniform.com, blackistheuniform.com. All right, let me see. So 4 steps, we did that on Friday. Let's go with this one. You know what? Let's go with this one. I heard some Jim Rohn in a minute. Let's get some Jim Rohn. All right, some Jim Rohn in this joint. So there you go. This is y'all moment of positivity for the day, man. Hold on. Didn't talk about the media saying America has joined the war, but no action. What you say, Parson? What do you mean?
Yeah, well, they just put the headline out, like, was it yesterday? They're saying, like, Americans joined the war to Iran. But, I mean, other than
Yeah.
F-35s, they're nothing to do.
So,
To me, it's just propaganda right there. They're like, Israelis
yeah, that's
controlling the people.
propaganda, bro. That's propaganda. I ain't going. So they trying it, though. They trying. So remember, fucking the media is controlled by the Zionists. So they're trying to prime the American public to be in the war mindset. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, we're already there and you guys should accept it. Right? And so we got to fight back. Say, nope, I ain't going. Yeah. All right, y'all. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, moment of positivity. Here we go.
Then I'll tell you what changed my whole life when I finally discovered it's all risky. The minute you were born, it got risky. If you think trying is risky, wait till they hand you the bill for not trying. If you think investing is risky, wait till you get the tab for not investing. See, it's all risky. Getting married is risky. Having children is risky. Going into business is risky. Investing your money is risky. It's all risky. I'll tell you how risky life is. You're not going to get out alive. That's risky. Somebody says, yeah, but I'm looking for safety and security. Fine, then huddle in a corner. We'll cover you with a sheet, bring you 3 meals a day. And we'll protect you, feed you, look after you, care for you. We won't let anything happen to you. And you'll probably live to be 100. The guy said, well, yeah, I'd live to be 100. But what a way to live. Right. What a way to live safe and secure. Don't ask for security. Ask for adventure.
Hey, I'm with it. Jerome always dropping heat. All right, y'all. That's what it is, man. I appreciate y'all hanging out with us. What you say? You gonna be playing this, replaying this tomorrow, in a concrete truck? Good shit. Spread the word, man. I'm gonna try to have this one up on Conspiracy University so y'all can spread it around this week. So it'll be up by Friday, if not tomorrow. I'm gonna put a couple up tomorrow. All right. Appreciate y'all hanging out, man. I'll see y'all Friday. I should be on time. Peace.
Thanks for coming to the cookout, but you need the right gear. Blackisuniform.com, you can get it right here. We talk flat earth and mud floods. You might hear about the dome. No matter the topic, you just need something with the shield on. Blackisuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home. Blackisuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home.
Vigor Sport is love and light in a bottle, a CBD-infused salve that rids the body of pain, arthritis, carpal tunnel, and muscle aches. There's no job too great for Vigor Sport. Headaches, muscle spasms, and menstrual cramps are a thing of the past. Vigor Sport is the Swiss Army knife of your medicine cabinet. Order your jar today at vigorforpain.com.